Welcome in, Chad Thule. You're definitely the first one here. How are you doing today? We're getting pretty far in this game. You're good, but still sick? Hey, you gotta take care of yourself, my man.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Rena's Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Alright, I believe I just fully heal. I hit the right button. Yeah, look at that. We're at a nice level. All the way down.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renan Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Oh, once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, We should retrieve the Rena Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling
All right, let's
particularly
go.
talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
The waters have created
Sword
a
Rain
fire
Alpha!
flame! Dance immortal droplet! Raging cascade!
Sword Rain Alpha!
In here!
Eternal devastation!
Rhapsody of darkness!
Hit!
Shine!
Sword Rain
Radiant
Alpha!
light! This one's all mine!
Burn!
Regenerate! After being interrupted, don't suffer in
Sword Rain
silence.
Alpha!
You get the gist.
Elusive deity!
Oh boy, that hurt.
Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver!
I'll be saving this one.
Rending you apart!
Here's a healing
Bloody
art.
howling!
First aid.
Eternal devastation!
Glacial spear. Pierce
This
evil.
one's all mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing
art.
gales. Tear you to
You're mine!
I'm in your debt.
No escape!
Cyan instant.
Take this!
Gemini aqua. Raging
Take this!
storm. By the
Sword Rain
Can you
Alpha!
take
I
it?
can handle it.
Dance in
Azure
the wind.
Storm!
Bestow thy
Sleep now.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll be saving this one. Annihilation. I can handle all
I'm
day.
not done! Eat dirt!
All disasters may
Sword Rain Alpha!
Forna.
Eternal devastation! Azure Storm! Sword Rain Alpha!
Elusive deity!
Eagle
Rage!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Penumbra!
By the
Eternal
power of light.
devastation!
Yeah, things have finally gotten hard on Nightmare difficulty.
Heal my weary
Sword Rain Alpha!
Cure!
By the
You're
power
mine!
of raging storm. Finish without a trace.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Oh boy, we got ourselves a mythic art coming on.
Now it's my
Oh,
turn!
if I didn't perfect dodge that, I would have died.
No escape! This one's all mine!
Here goes. Annihilation.
Breath of
Light
light!
astral
Heal my
energy.
weary
Burn in
companion!
hell!
Annihilation.
Kill.
By the
I'm
power
not
you
done.
get. Finish
Sword
without
Rain
a
Alpha!
trace.
Another incantation ruined!
The waters of
Strike.
I'll thank you!
Sword Rain...
Armor won't
Dance
save you!
Far enough!
Ha! It's over!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Azure Storm!
By the power of water.
The flame inside me
By the
yearns
power
to
of
be let
flame.
free!
Finish without a trace.
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha!
Explosion. Here's a healing art.
You're mine!
First aid.
I owe you one! Sword Rain Alpha!
In here.
Coming through! Ha!
Another mystic art.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Cyan
Breath of
instant.
light! Heal my weary
You're mine!
Dance is work.
I'm not done!
Close flight.
Crush!
Dance in the wind. Cyan instant. The waters of heal
My reach is even wider!
Ow.
Healing circle.
Let me free you!
The natural defenders
may
are
be
failing.
strong,
I'm a
but I'll
sitting
never
duck.
back down!
Retreat from this battle!
Retreat? I would never.
Ready to go!
Not today! Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal devastation!
Man, it's a good thing I have two healers on the party.
Strike! Eternal devastation!
I'm all stuffed up.
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush!
Far enough!
Rhapsody of
Sword
darkness!
Rain-
Now you see what I can do!
Magic is there. In here.
Penumbra!
Crush!
Wind astral energy.
Sword this time! Not today!
Elusive deity!
I'm going to use all the power of my
Sword Rain
healing
Alpha!
to accomplish this.
Azure Storm! Sword Rain Alpha!
You get the gist. Do it! Shion, astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn!
That was a rough fight.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
So real quick, Chat Dulu. I know you're playing this game. I would go to lurking if you don't want any spoilers. But if you don't care, I can fill you in. Do you want to be filled in? Okay. I'm gonna start the game up then again. Enjoy the lurk.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one? Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renasalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renasalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Alright, is fast traveling allowed? It is not allowed. Have to make sure I'm going the right way. I dodged all these guys earlier today. Couldn't dodge this one.
Out of our way!
You
Take
got
this!
spirit!
I'm not done!
You think that shield will save you?
Feisty one, eh?
Break this knife! Take this! Burn in hell! Feel my weary control alpha! I'm ready! Rimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Now! Take this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Glacial
No!
spear!
It's almost too strong.
Take this! Let it open!
Be my guest.
Like a deal? We're not finished! I'm ready! Demons descend! Flashing Fang! No!
Lunar collision!
I'm ready! Rimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I've been doing
Hey, let's keep going.
really great lately.
And only could dodge one of them. Eventually, I'm gonna have to start doing some grinding. I don't think I have to yet.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, What they did to Faria? It's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
All right.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright, let's keep heading out.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For wrong?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Boo!
Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay. That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Anything back here? Nope. Door is inaccessible. Nothing back here.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana.
We do have an ad coming, so I will be right back. Right, let's get back into the game.
Will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Alright, time to look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Alright, let's go to the lower zone.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquill.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, That explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once.
Alright, there's another ad break coming, so I will be right back. Let's continue on.
Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet,
then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power, and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Get out of here. You're unwanted.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why.
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah.
We have an ad coming up, so I'll be right back.
Three centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorn's connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Oh, I came to the wrong place. Oh, hey, look at there.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hever 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrecht 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim. Let's rest.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Kisara talked about having a wall go down on them, not so different anymore. Letting him know that he always has a home in Eldaman and Sia.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Rena's Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Rena's Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Rena's Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
All right, let's continue on.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana.
looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this
All right.
is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
We have one more ad coming up, so I'll be right back.
Are you just going to keep standing around? Or what?
All right, welcome back.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay. We have some side quests that we need to do. And some stuff that has come up. Before we get into the final dungeon. This here is one of the stronger bosses that we're gonna go fight.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Doing some thinking?
Nah. It just occurred to me that our journey's been going for a while now.
Is it a wonder to you our group has held together this long?
Maybe. We've got Danans, Renans, a lord, a mage, and even a guy from another time. Yet here we all are, leaning on each other as travel companions. It's like a minor miracle.
If anything, I'd say it's proof. Proof that as long as we accept each other for who we are, we can all get along.
And with understanding comes togetherness. Yeah, we are more than enough evidence of that.
I've always had a thorny relationship with others. Quite literally, as it happens. I figured that it was easier to...
This forking Ryoshi guy, welcome in. We are actually toward the end of the game. We're at our last dungeon. I just went back to take care of some of the stronger bosses.
give up on intimacy, rather than having to go through all of the pain of rejection. I mean, is it any wonder I grew thorns around my heart, too?
But now...
Right. Now, I still have my thorns, of course. But they don't cover my heart. I know now. That there is more than one way for people to relate to one another. It was you and everyone else here that taught me that. Everyone that you brought together, Alphen.
It wasn't just me. I mean, sure, I invited a few folks to join us, but swordsmanship's about all I have to offer. Everyone's taught and supported me just as much as I have them.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're fine just as you are. The bonds that you form with others, they shine more brightly because they're mutual. It's not just one bond for you. It's many, each with a heart of its own. That's what makes them special.
Alphen, do you understand what's on the line here?
What?
The fish, Alphen. With all these Zeugles around, nobody can give them a good home. Namely, my stomach.
Shion, we can't rush this. If there's a big-time Zeugle waiting for us, we've got to be prepared.
You've got a point.
We can't let some dumb Zeugle beat us. Not with these fish at stake.
I'm pretty sure we're all in it to win it here.
Okay. Yeah, Ryoshi, I've been through the story a few times. This is the 4th time I'll be seeing it.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
I don't know how he did it, how he got unbanned, but he's banned again. So there. He's gone. For sure.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alvin's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Man, I got a lot of these.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Yeah, the relationship between Shion and Rinwell definitely grows a lot. Definitely want more drops.
That was nothing.
Hey, we've seen all of them for Shion. Ryoshi, who do you think we should talk to before we go to bed? Rinwell? Okay.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
You're still awake?
I've always been something of a night owl. Ever since back when I was someone's property. Turning in for the night only made the next day come quicker. I wasn't in any great rush.
Sorry.
What about yourself? Care to share something from before I knew you? You were part of a mage clan, right? Must have been handy being able to rely on magic for everything.
Hardly. In fact, not at all. Magic's not so special when you're not allowed to use it. Always scared of who might be watching?
Right. Sorry about that. I guess I've read too many fairy tales.
We were still made to study it every day. It doesn't make any sense if you think about it, studying the very thing you're being persecuted for. But that's what we did. Just like our parents and their parents before them. Honestly, I don't even know how far back it goes.
If memory serves, mages have been the stuff of legend for ages. Even as far back as 3 centuries ago, they were myths. Your people were persecuted even before the Renans got here.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense though. I mean, it was astral arts that let the Renans dominate Dana, right? Why didn't mages end up being the rulers of Dana then?
Maybe they tried, but they just didn't have the numbers. Or maybe domination just wasn't something they were interested in. Have you ever considered it might have been something like that?
I guess I haven't.
I wonder why magic alone attracted the attention it did. Swords can be just as lethal in the right hands. Why not ban them?
My best guess? Swordsmanship can be learned by anyone. Magic's more of an exclusive club.
So, you either have the gift or you don't. When something's not easily obtainable, it's hard to comprehend. People are scared of what they don't understand. And fear leads to persecution. So the problem's not magic. It could just as easily have been anything.
Yeah. Night, everyone. I want to go back to bed.
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard! You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zoogles aren't so different after all.
Okay, we can finally go fight the boss. Things are almost level 60 in this dungeon, so...
It's huge. I bet it'd be a good way...
So this
is the one who polluted the pond!
Consider this payback for all those fish!
Air thrust!
Maleficent, be gone! Go for the weak point!
A thrilling performance.
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Cyan instant! Not on my watch!
Negative gate!
It's raining blobs of slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can.
Here goes!
Denied! This one's all mine!
Raging storm! Burning strike!
Eternal devastation! Not today! You in the dust!
Ice prison!
Sword Rain
Standing
Alpha!
form! Photon blast! Magic is in!
Shine! Radiant light!
You get the dead! This one's mine! Feel!
Okay, here I go.
You must be
Yeah,
tired. of
I needed
killing
to
me.
I'm
run
merely
back and
doing
heal
what I
up
can
some.
to help.
Glad you're on out.
Jeez, it's a good thing I saved this one for the stream.
In here! Healing
That move!
You'll pay for that! Here comes the big one!
Back into the fray!
Okay, here I go.
Annihilation!
This one's all mine!
Confiscated!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! In the wind! Air thrust!
Mirage! Not today!
Magic is in! Freeze lancer! Blah, blah, blah.
I actually have to use some items now. Wow.
Air thrust! I can handle it!
Down on the ground!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! I can carve through armor! Take this!
Lunar corruption!
Benediction
Lunar
light.
blast!
Heal! I'm not done!
Hydration orb!
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush! Exercise! Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! Here I come! Sword is
This isn't ideal.
Searing tempest!
rending you apart!
Flare tornado!
Bloody howling!
Raging storm!
Awaken and wreak havoc! Stay... Away from my friend! It's on! Breath of life! Heal my weary companions!
Freeze lancer! It's about to strike!
Take this! Look sharp, everyone! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Jeez, that hurts.
Up and at 'em! Let's
Now I
go!
can let loose! Not today!
Denied!
Don't I can carve through armor!
Is that a healing
Bring you
art?
down!
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more
Healing art
careful.
field! First aid!
Prepare to be sealed! Take
Cyan
this!
instant!
In a bind?
Field! Can't be happening!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
I owe you one!
There with the others!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Blah, blah, blah!
This one's all mine!
Requires
Eternal devastation!
Searing flame!
Burn!
I'll pick you up!
Heal my weary companion!
I'm grateful.
Sword Rain
The
Alpha!
waters of creation! Mega ray!
Sword Rain
Now!
Alpha!
Another incantation.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got
Well done!
Heal my weary companion!
Water astral energy! More with radiant strike! Photon blast!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal devastation! My turn!
Here's a healing orb!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Leave the charges to me.
Burn!
I'm ready! Burning strike! You get the gist!
Dragon form!
Heal my weary
Severing wind!
I'm ready!
I couldn't make it in.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
From beyond, take this! Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Light astral getting stronger!
Imbue this vanquished switching up its movements! Watch out! Mirage!
Invading this
Sword
way!
Rain Alpha!
Tempest
This one's all
confiscated!
mine!
Watch yourself.
Sword
Sense
Rain
incredible
Alpha!
power.
You picked the wrong fight! Shine! Radiant light! This isn't looking good!
Regeneration!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
I can't move!
Man.
This should do it!
Free from regret.
Heal my weary companion! I can carve through armor!
A whirling struggle!
I'm not done!
Winds of heaven!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal devastation! I'm not done!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Azure Storm!
Tidal wave! One more time! This is it! You get the
Not today!
power of water!
Now you see what I can do!
No escape!
Here goes! Take that! Blah, blah, blah,
Wind!
magic! Explosion! You get
Sword
the
Rain Alpha!
burning field!
Eternal devastation!
Get on
Is
your
this
feet
it?
together. Don't leave me!
I'll bring you back from death.
Now we're not
Bring you back from death.
Show thy mystic mercy.
Magic is there. Air thrust. So blah blah blah. Time
Not
away.
done yet.
Blah blah blah. Sleep now.
It's in your hands now.
Damn it. Magic is
Anything
there.
in order.
Man, this is a rough fight. Man, right as I was gonna do a bigger heal.
We can do this!
Cliche, but appropriate.
I'm counting on you.
Man.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
No foot.
This should do it!
Gotta play it safe now.
It's in your hands now.
What was I thinking? Watch and sweep. Annihilation. Burning. I won't give up.
Damn.
Denied! Now you see what I can do!
That did it.
Man, these super bosses are gonna go bonkers.
Eater!
Ready to go.
Is this it?
Don't give up. I'm going. This is all the
That's
power
been a
of my
smart.
healing heart.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Sleep now.
Get on in there with the others.
Resuscitate.
I can handle it. Sleep now.
I'm not
Let's
done
get you
yet.
all tucked away. Oh, sparkling star.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Tidal
No
wave.
dawn
You
shall
get the
break
gist.
this night.
Seal.
It's time.
This should do it!
Sanguine Blossom!
Far enough. Confiscated.
I'll smash you!
It's on!
Tempest one. All right.
Take it!
It's showtime.
Not today!
Happening. Where are you going?
We've almost got it beat.
It's getting weaker. Photon magic is
Eternal
there.
devastation!
thank you.
Azure Storm!
Annihilation.
Such unadulterated
Not
fury.
on my watch. Rise and shine.
There!
Magic is
Down on
there.
the ground!
No dawn shall break.
Try harder!
Ooh, I dodged that one. That was a good thing.
Try harder!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Annihilation. Raging
Eternal
storm. It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. A freezing storm. The waters are
It's on!
freezing.
City of darkness.
Dance.
Shine.
It's in the sky.
I'm gonna need more of that
that medicine. Ignite! You require a hand.
Fire! Hear my
I
call!
can carve through armor!
I never miss! Here I go! Got you!
The fluidity of your movement
Reload!
is simply incredible.
None shall escape my
Sword
judgment!
Alpha! Eternal
Light
Devastation!
astral energy!
Azure Storm!
Up and at 'em! Let's go!
Eternal Devastation!
It's weakened!
Ready and raring!
This ends now! Burn!
Amazing.
Firmament render!
Armor won't save you!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Man, that was a rough fight.
No way!
Oh, I forgot about the phase 2.
There's
I
always
forgot about the
something
phase
bigger
2.
and slimier.
Uh-oh.
Seriously?
Now bring you down!
In a bind?
I'll be safe up that way!
This one's all mine!
Now you see what I can do!
I can handle it!
Take this!
Searing flame! Reload! Raging
Heal my
storm!
weary companion!
Ignite!
All disasters! Made one! Come annihilation!
Thank you! They smite me! Anything in armor is all
Wind
mine!
astral energy! Far enough! Lunar corruption! This one's mine!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Raging storm! Sorry.
Not today!
None shall escape my judgment!
Here I come! Strike!
Light astral
Sword Rain Alpha!
magic! There you go!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Strike! Catapult! Mirage!
I've used too
Sword
much.
Rain Alpha!
Now you see what I can do!
Strike!
Don't get carried away!
Benediction light.
Burn in hell!
Bring you back from death
Here I come!
toughest to swallow, too.
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal
This one's
Devastation!
mine.
I'll grind you into dust!
Sorry.
Crescent Flash!
Here's a healing heart. Whirling struggle.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Now isn't the time?
I really...
Really? We got doubled like that? Oh.
Not done yet!
They're tearing through us.
Healing must be our first priority.
I'm on it. Not a moment to wait.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
From beyond, imbue this
Tried.
This should do it!
I'll smash you!
No dawn shall break this night.
Eagle Ray!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Resuscitation!
Burn in hell!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Don't mind if I do.
Now...
Radiant flame. By the power of flame. Vanity without a trace. Take care of Pluto.
She was hit one time.
Ready and
Jeez.
I'll smash you! Knock it into next week!
Far enough!
That's gonna... Smart. Seal! Here!
I never miss!
Burn!
Alright! Water, hear my call!
Take this!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Try harder!
Here's the
Not a
healing arc!
chance! I could do without this pain! I have no limits!
Seal! Radiant Pierce!
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Healing Circle!
Now I can let loose!
Watson!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
The big one's up to something.
I don't want... I know what else it has in store.
Let's smash it to pieces before it can show us!
Quite.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yours to be let free in a bind.
Ready to go!
You picked the wrong fight.
This one's mine! You get far enough! Lunar Corruption! Gemini Aqua! Annihilation!
Strike!
Radiant
Strike!
Spear!
Eternal devastation! Shattering pieces!
Here's
Take
the healing
this!
arc! First aid!
Can't get out of this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lunar Corruption! This one's mine! Where are you going?
Down on the ground! This should do it!
Here's a healing arc!
Hello, Pop Master. How are you? I'm getting my butt kicked. Is what's going on.
The earth throbs in pain.
No further!
Back into the play!
Burn in hell! You're mine! Strike! Sword Rain Alpha!
Here's a heal.
Yeah, this thing is level 60. I'm like 10 levels above it, and it's still kicking my butt.
Crush! Can't move! Not done yet!
I can handle it.
There!
Easter! Tempest World!
I'll smash you!
Not in your dreams, sighted. How's this? Gale Force! By the power of the waters of creation!
Give us a defense boost here.
In here, that'll bring you down.
Not today!
Let's get you all tucked away. Here's a healing
Here I
arc.
come!
First aid!
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush!
A freezing
Shattering
storm!
pieces!
Attack us! I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Be let free! Ignite! Everlasting shot! Can't get out of this!
Arrow
Here I
Freeze
come!
Lancer!
I'm not done!
None of
Eternal
us escape my
devastation!
weapon marksman handle this.
Sonic Spear! Wind!
Soaring blast!
Dragon
Raging
Swarm! I'll
Cascade!
smash you!
Got it!
The
Where
flame
are you?
inside
Now's
me
our
yearns
chance!
to be let free! Ignite!
In here!
Take this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Here's the others!
I'm not done!
Lunar blast!
No
Seal!
eternal devastation! Sword Rain Alpha!
Steps away!
Severed wind!
Showtime!
Wind!
Do it! Lost!
Man, that was rough.
Flashing Fang!
That was rough.
All right.
Sure.
Ooh.
All right!
Uh-huh.
Huh? What?
Oh, wow!
You dummy!
Good grief.
Ugh, I feel so gross and sticky after that fight.
Tell me about it. We better hurry and get a bath and laundry going ASAP.
And that was a rough fight.
There's something in the water.
Great! Yes!
All of that to find this fishing spot. That's how crazy that is.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Okay.
Yes, we found the legendary fishing spot for you, old man.
We have truly borne witness to a striking example of female determination this day.
Yeah, you said it.
Okay, so let me see. Yeah, I gotta get these last few side quests done before we actually fight the final
Looks
boss.
like we made it here in one piece. Right.
Sax-Leo Temple. Isn't that where Shion was being held?
Shh. Wasn't it beautiful? I can't wait for this.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Oh, wrong way. Pretty sure, yep, this is where we need to go.
Oh.
We get to be here for their wedding.
Just great.
Cheers!
What? Nice.
Never.
Wait. Oh no.
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. I've got it!
Alphen?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And there wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, don't give up. We'll fight this together. Shion!
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things?
I think the subtitles are a little wrong.
That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen.
Feeling better now, Shion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
I think I know what this one is.
We finally made it.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like...
We're gonna rest first. We don't need to cook.
back to you to step in and help.
And if it's what I think it is, time to drop a save.
Yes.
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Okay, can't do that one yet, so it wasn't what I was thinking.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Dohalim pancakes!
Huh?
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara, what's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicent was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Filled with equal parts compassion and passion, always ready to boldly rescue anyone from the perils of the munchies. Delectable, ineffable Dohalim pancakes. Get 'em while they're hot.
That's quite the sales pitch.
This is all new to me as well, I assure you.
Why, if it isn't Lord Dohalim himself! Care for a pancake, my lord?
Might as well have some while we're here.
Indeed. However, I'm not sure how I feel about eating my own visage in front of the populace.
At least let me show you how to make them. I'll also teach you the most important part, how to draw Lord Dohalim.
Oh, this sounds like pure gold. I'm game.
Hey, we should make some pancakes right now.
They were drawing Dohalim's face back there. That seems like a handy trick to keep in your back pocket.
The recipe's light on ingredients, and a little extra work could bring the flavor right out.
Great, then let's make some together. Our very own personalized pancakes.
Sure, I got this.
You're out, Alphen. I don't need spicy pancakes. You're out too, Kisara. You'd win easily.
Win what? Is it a competition?
Yes, a contest between me, Xion, and Dohalim.
Wait, what? I'm more of an eating specialist.
You can say that again.
I accept any and all challenges.
Great, then I'll be the judge.
I can gather the ingredients.
Okay, then it's on.
Hey, what about me?
Maybe we'll have some luck finding what we need at the farm.
Okay.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Right. Thanks.
Oh. Whoa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to find out once and for all whose pancakes reign supreme.
I guess he's emceeing now.
Let's hear some thoughts from Kisara, our judge.
Indeed. This is a highly eclectic group of competitors. I look forward to seeing what they produce for us today.
Expectations sure are running high. And here comes Xion with her entry.
I applied all of my know-how to this, and put extra care into the visual presentation.
Well, that's bold.
Nothing wrong with Xion holding her head high. Let's see how it tastes. What?
I mixed in some candy that tingles the tongue.
Oh, I see. It's creative. I'll give it that. But it's quite, a mouthful, as it were. It might be too sweet.
Well, I should hope so. I put in as much food and sugar as I could. It should provide 3 days' worth of nourishment.
3 days' worth?
Our judge has been left stunned.
And not in a good way.
Now it's time for the Lord himself.
Here is what I made.
What the?
Dohalim pancakes!
I can't believe he actually did the art.
Go on, relish my crowning achievement to your heart's content.
Well, don't mind if I do.
Not even a moment's pause.
Dohalim, there's some strange liquid leaking out of this.
Indeed. I gathered delicacies the world over and packed them all in. That's what makes my masterpiece so good. Pancakes are overrated anyways.
And you're out.
Defeat.
And just like that, his lordship is disqualified!
What do I do? I just made regular old pancakes. They're both just so eccentric. And mine is so... How am I supposed to follow their acts?
Rinwell, you're up!
Okay, I'm coming. Just putting on some finishing touches. Woo! Oh, Oodle. Ah! Your face! Whew. Are you sure? Well, okay. I'll never forget you, Hoodle.
We have a ad coming up, so I will be right back. Alright, let's get right back into it.
Huh?
Okay, made it. Here you go.
Oh no, you didn't! Never mind. Let's see what Judge Kisara thinks!
Let's see. It's nice and soft around the edges, and yet there's a Hoodle face firmly imprinted in the middle. The contrast of fluffiness and firmness is simply fascinating. And there's a sweet texture that's nicely offset by the jam's tartness. That, and it's the strangest thing, it gives me this odd sense of ardor and conviction. I give this a perfect winning score.
Rinwell takes the title!
Looks like you reign supreme over pancakedom.
I don't understand. I thought I'd gotten the look and taste perfect. What could I have done wrong? Huh? Where's Kisara?
She took off running to burn off the food she ate.
I may have done her a disservice. I guess I was only thinking about what I personally would want to eat.
You know, these other ones are actually pretty good. I could go for more of this texture and salty sweetness.
I agree. Still, they pale next to Rinwell's pancakes.
Yeah, no question there.
In fact, I would love to partake in them again sometime. Whatever gave it such a fright?
Don't worry about it. I'll draw all of your faces next time.
I can't wait.
You just draw them, right?
Okay, and if I'm right, in order to get Theon's last title, I have to go cook her pancakes. It's also pretty close to the next, like, big boss.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? Okay, whose turn is it to cook today?
Nice try, Law. We all know it's your turn.
Damn, was I that obvious? All right, guess I'll get to it.
Wait, before you get started. Remember when the three of us fixed pancakes back on the farm?
I remember how weirdly proud you were of yours.
Wait, don't tell me you want a rematch.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about something ever since that day. I used every trick in the book to make the perfect pancake, and yet...
You're wondering why you lost, right?
Pretty sure it's because you pumped Isara here with enough sugar to give a Zoogle a...
Anyways, I've come up with a recipe, and was hoping you guys could taste them and tell me what you think.
All right. I'm up for round 2. Challenge accepted.
Wait, are we all doing this?
Come on. Shion's clearly put a lot of work into this. I'm sure they'll be great. Right, everyone?
Thanks. Okay, wait here. I'll have them fixed up in just a few moments. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Here are your pancakes.
I can't wait. Let's see how they taste. Damn. The way these spices jump about in your mouth, you'd think they'd cancel each other out, but somehow they work brilliantly.
They're so sweet. I feel like they'll melt in my mouth. Every bite makes me feel like I'm in heaven.
Holy crap! These are so rich, just the way I like them! I can't stop stuffing them in my face!
You chose the perfect ingredients and heated them just enough to bring out their flavor. Amazing!
The presentation is simply exquisite, and they have such a pure, refined taste to them as well.
They're perfect!
Shion, these pancakes are amazing.
Really? I'm so glad they turned out well.
Although, don't we all seem to have different impressions of how they actually taste?
You're right. It's like everyone was eating something completely different.
Here, let me take a bite of yours, Alphen.
It's true. I fine-tuned them to suit each person's unique tastes.
You did that for everyone's pancakes? That must have been a lot of extra work.
It was, but I learned something important in doing so. You see, I was so focused on trying to make something that I thought would please people that I forgot to consider who I was actually serving.
Here, water!
Thanks, Renwell. I thought I was a goner.
What's important as a cook isn't what I want people to feel about my food. It's about accommodating what they're looking for in a meal.
Well said, Shion. I'm so proud of you for figuring that out. No recipe is complete without love and care for whoever's eating it. Those alone make a dish taste better than any spice could.
So one might say that what makes a meal are both those who prepare it and those who eat it, rather than the food alone. How insightful.
You've grown so much as a cook, Shion. I have nothing left to teach you.
Oh, thank you, Master. Thank you so much.
Man, I wonder if I have Enough to fill this whole thing up right away. More elemental defense. Right, that's hers completely done. Alright, just have Alphins here.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver-spooned elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing.
Hey, Alphin, why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphin's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphin.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of...
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shion's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the way she grew up.
That's so me! Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time!
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, it comes naturally to you.
I like fish just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
Okay, I know that there's a cutscene if I make this.
Huh. I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. No, but didn't do it.
This
Nobody
was
to
a
talk
good
to?
day.
A warrior without breakfast is a flower without...
Yeah, I don't want the buff that the pig gives me, so we're gonna change it.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Nope, it's right here. This is the one I want. More drops.
Hey!
I'll see you again tomorrow. All right, guys. Ready to go?
Alright, the next boss should be right over here.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, this is gonna be a heck of a boss fight.
Are we underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Danon temple, instead of destroyed. Must have been buried
Let
and
everybody's
preserved.
skills recharge
Either that,
before we go fight
or it was
anything.
constructed underground to begin with.
Let the marksman handle this.
Careful! We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
Annihilation! Tidal wave! Here!
Wind!
Freeze Lancer!
Severing wind!
Freeze now!
Storm! You're mine!
Saving this one!
Sword Rain Alpha! Thunder!
Whoa! Hey!
Thunder Fang!
I'm ready!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
I'm not...
Certainly not.
You're mine! I'm not done! Severing wind! Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha!
Searing Flame! Disasters made one!
Mirage!
Helix of Purity!
No escape!
Maelstrom!
Azure Storm!
Vanish without
Severing wind!
Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
A
My
whirling
turn!
struggle! Searing Flame! Wind of Heaven!
For the fray!
Cyclone! Magnificent!
Take this!
Vanish without
Thunder!
Sleep now!
I'm ready! River!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Gut!
Well done.
I'm not done!
Seal! Tornado!
Severing
I'll do it! Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoogles.
They were part of these ruins, but it seems the astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its privacy.
Wind! Rotating pile driver! Take this!
I'm going to
You're on!
I'll
face you! You're mine! Wind! Take this! I'm not done!
Reflect on thy sin.
You're finished!
They smite with blackened blade.
Let's get you out of the way. Here's a healing arc.
You dare strike me from behind?
Thunder!
A
Wind!
thrilling performance.
Mirage!
I'm ready!
Azure Storm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Firmament
Dueling in an instant! Impact Cross! We work well together.
Finally timed waltz.
Wind! Severing wind!
Captivity!
Magic
Mirage!
Rhapsody of
Do
Darkness!
it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Now! Not a chance! No escape!
Can you take it? Elusive deity!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Now! Here I
Lunar
come!
corruption!
I'm not done!
Seismic
By the
rupture!
power of water!
Okay. I think it's this way.
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation! Sword Rain Alpha! I'm not... You're mine! No escape! Win!
In here!
You're mine!
I'll be saving you!
Mirage!
Reload!
Crush!
By the power
Azure
of
Storm!
Finish with
Win! Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha! Strike!
Glacial spear!
Here I come! No escape!
Freeze Lancer! Dance immortal
No
goblin!
escape!
In here!
Sword Rain Alpha!
This
You're fit off! Severing wind!
Ray!
Mirage! Take this! No escape!
Don't suffer in silence.
Azure Storm!
Pierce evil!
Wind! You're mine!
Tornado drive!
Eternal Devastation!
Kneel, escape!
I'm not done!
Get on in there with the others!
Take this! Sword Rain Alpha! Crush! Azure Storm! Take this!
Raging
No
Lunar
escape!
Too much to handle! Power of
Crush!
magic is in!
Azure Storm!
Now!
Adversity.
Frozen!
Hammer!
I'll heal you!
Now! Wind!
Blah 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 magic!
They
Mirage!
smite with
Healing
blackened
circle.
blade!
Get
Sword
on
Rain
in there with the
Alpha.
others!
I'm sorry to trouble you.
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Annihilate!
Raging Lunar
Blah, blah,
Storm!
blah. More where that came from!
Now you see what I
Blah,
can
blah,
do!
blah,
I'll
Here I
throw you
come.
into dust!
No escape!
Tidal wave! Do it! Blah blah blah! Astral energy!
Say no more! Now! You're mine!
Instant! Power of goblin!
Impressive, Doubling.
Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Or so they say.
People say that?
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm ready! Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Alright. Pretty sure this is the one we need to go into.
This should do it!
Oh, that's just not enough. Let's just keep going.
The ancient Danans must have built it to honor the strength of the astral energy that runs through here.
But if that's the case, what does it have to do with that face we saw above ground?
Without further research, I wouldn't be able to say.
Sword Rain Alpha!
In here!
Thunderfang!
Water!
Wind!
Saving this one! Mega
Mirage!
Eternal devastation! Strike!
Burning strike! Thanks!
You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Thunderfang! Wind! Wind! Take this!
I'll heal you all!
Mirage! Here I come!
Outstanding form!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging cascade!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
No escape!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
You get the gist! Freeze Blaster!
You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Severing Wind!
Do it, Law! Demons descend!
Flashing Fang! Not a chance!
A whirling struggle!
I'm not done!
I can carve
Winds
through
of
armor!
I'll heal you all!
Strike!
In here! Healing circle!
Now I can let loose! Eternal devastation! Okay, here I go! Sword Rain Alpha! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire! My turn! No escape!
Raging storm! Now!
Severing Wind!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! A flawless victory! The waters of creation! Naturally!
Severing Wind!
I'll heal you all!
Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing here!
Crush!
Radiant
Azure!
here!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to
Now.
overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not a
Within
chance!
the soil.
I'm not done!
Awaken and recap!
Not done! Far enough! You're mine! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Cyan instant! Blah blah blah!
Take it!
Mega ray!
Seismic rupture! You're
Annihilation!
mine! Dance on the wind!
Right there with the others!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Radiant clear! Alright! It's
Sword Rain
showtime!
Alpha!
Hit this wall! Radiant
Strike!
clear!
I'm ready!
Flawless flight! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Okay.
Leave the chargers to me!
I think it's this way. Huh? Okay.
Water, hear my
You're
call!
mine!
Spread! Glacial
Sword Rain
Here's
Alpha!
magic and them!
Severing Wind!
Sealed!
You're mine!
Get on in there
Mirage!
with the others!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging
No
storm!
escape!
Whoa, hey! What is
Severing
it?
Wind! Mirage! Eternal devastation! You're mine!
Hey, Crescent Orb! Light Astral Energy! Magic and
Sword
them!
Rain Alpha!
Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind! You're mine!
Get on in there with the others! Oh,
Here I
sparkling
come!
stars of light!
Ignite!
Rain down and purify all!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Too much to handle?
Mirage!
Blah, 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 mass air thrust!
Azure Storm!
You get the gist.
Wind!
Tidal wave!
Mirage! Here I come! I'm not done!
The magic is there! In here!
Mirage! Strike!
More for the stockpile!
Soaring blast! You're mine!
Meteor storm!
You're mine! No escape! Wind! Captivity! Mirage!
In here!
I'm not done! Azure Storm!
Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now! Here I come! Severing Wind!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Sword Rain Alpha! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire! My turn! Wind!
Annihilation!
Take this!
Mirage! Freezing
Come
storm!
on, escape! Sword Rain Alpha!
Ice tornado!
Azure Storm! Sword Rain Alpha!
Don't mind if I do.
Not
Well,
a
yeah.
chance!
Corruption! The waters of magic
Sword
is
Rain
there!
Alpha!
Tidal wave!
Wind! Next!
As impressive as always.
A whirling struggle!
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Okay, I believe I came from that way. Just restore the combat points.
Magic is them! In here!
I'll grind you into dust!
Moonlight Astral Energy!
Take this!
Whoa!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation! Severing Wind! Mirage! Wind!
Made one!
You're mine!
Helix of Purity!
Burn!
Here goes!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Gusty
Sword
Nail!
Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation!
Uplift Thirst!
Ah!
Healing Circle! Magic is them!
Here I come!
Down on the now!
Wind!
Here! Get on in there with the
Mirage!
Let me show you what my arts can do!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Alright! It's showtime!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help!
Now I can let
The
loose!
waters of creation!
You're mine!
Magic is them!
Strike!
Tidal wave! Blah, blah, blah! Sleep! Now,
Armor won't save you!
I'll be
Here I
saving
come!
this one! A whirling struggle!
Eternal Devastation!
Winds of heaven!
Flaming
Now!
Swirl!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Not a chance!
By the power of
Tempest!
By the
Take
power
this!
of water!
Strike! Tempest!
Annihilation!
I have no limits!
I can't imagine what we'd do without you, Renwell.
Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think?
I'm serious. You're a lifesaver.
Okay, here I go! Severing Wind! Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha!
In here! By the power of
Crush! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Here's a healing arc!
Take
First
it!
aid! Tempest
Sword
Whirl!
Rain
Do
Alpha!
it! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer! Now! You're
thank
mine!
you.
Oh, we made it.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here, then?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Items. Gonna mash some apple gels here. All right. Oh, there's a heal spot right here.
Something feels different.
Stay sharp. It looks like we've got trouble.
Yeah, we can tell.
Radiant, here!
Catapult!
We've got orbs incoming!
It must have summoned them.
The last thing we need's a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
Arts of
Take
fire,
it!
complete focus! Water,
Sword Rain
hear
Alpha!
my call! Uplift Thirst! Red!
Sword Rain Alpha! It's ours to
Our attacks just bounce off.
We may have to wait for now.
take it!
I need something.
You need
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Here's a healing arc!
Here I come!
Let me free you of the power.
Squall!
Take this!
Yeah, I think it's these laser things that need to go first.
Severing Wind!
Shine!
Mirage!
Radiant light!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal
Can't be
Devastation!
happening! So much!
Forgive me.
Maybe she'll
Oh my
Kisara
God.
a little kindness, huh?
Severing
She is
Wind!
strong.
What would I...
You
Sword Rain Alpha!
can be really dense still, Helene.
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well, done.
My turn!
Finish without a
Strike!
trace!
Great!
Next! My turn!
Bestow thy
I'm not
mystic
done!
mercy. Now you see what I can do!
Cut! You're finished!
Fairy circle!
Don't suffer.
Thank you for the healing,
Being
Dolan.
interrupted. Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Pieces! Attack time!
Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha!
Masterful dash!
Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha! And try harder! Now! Sword Rain Alpha!
Sleep now. This'll come in handy. This can't be happening.
You! Stay away! From my friends!
This can't be happening.
Just right away.
You all tucked away. Raging storm! Alright. Showtime!
This is...
Light action! Magic is in! Air thrust! Lunar corruption! All disasters generate! Denied! Security! Now!
Another incantation.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
Healing circle!
Take this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Up here! Tempest World! Need to pull myself together.
Here comes something bigger.
New plan. Let's destroy this thing first.
Here's a healing art! Burning
You're mine!
Air I'll pick you up!
Strike!
Recover! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah.
I'm gonna need more of that Here I come! Rending you apart! Bloody holy!
The
It's
water
too
of
much!
creation! Magic is there!
Pressure!
Time
Burn! Rending you apart!
Just what I need!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
The water of
Amazing.
Win!
Dance, immortal droplet!
Mirage!
None shall escape my judgment!
Elusive deity! Sword Rain Alpha!
Blah, 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 magic! Sealed! More for the
Let me
stockpile!
free you of your power.
Aqueous surge! Heal- Circle!
There!
One at a time!
You're mine! No escape!
Rending you a bloody howl.
Take
Tidal
this!
wave! Magic is there!
Sword the flame
Sleep
inside
now.
me yearns to be let
Not
free!
there with the others!
Not today!
Raging
Outstanding
You're
lord!
mine! No escape!
Now something special! Lunar corruption!
catapult.
Lunar blast! Back into the fray! You get the gist. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art. Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack.
Such tremendous power.
Don't face it head on.
No escape!
Can you take it?
Armor won't save you.
Meteor storm!
I can handle it.
Gale force!
Shine.
I'm nearly done for. Sword Rain Alpha!
Let me free you of your power.
Oh, people are definitely going down quick.
I couldn't make it in
A
time.
whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! First force! In here!
Raging Luna storm.
This'll come in handy!
Here I...
Mercy.
I'm not...
Radiant flare!
Can't move!
Sorry! I won't give up!
From beyond. Imbue. Vanquished soul.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
No further. Take this!
This should do it! Try harder!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
Can't lose!
Heal my wearied companion.
Cyan is back in the fray! Annihilation! Radiant light! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Prepare
I
to
can't
be
heal you
seared.
forever! I've still got...
You see...
By the power of water! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Elusive deity!
Mag, hold on to your heart.
Here I come! Alright, it's down! Will this help?
Sonic Spear!
Healing circle!
Tornado Drive!
A whirling circle.
Flame of fury! Burning
Rhapsody of Darkness! Strike!
Thunder
Wind!
The fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
Okay, here I come.
You must be tired of hearing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken healing arc!
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush! Masterful Let's try harder! My turn!
A whirling circle!
Hold nothing back!
By the power of water!
Severing Wind!
Laser ray! Ready to go! Annihilation!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Here's a healing arc!
Devastation!
First aid!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Annihilation!
Down on the ground! This isn't looking good! Heal my wearied companion! I owe you one!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here I go! One more!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! We will try harder! Now!
Tidal wave!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Freeze Lancer!
Demon Lash!
Healing circle! Hard
It's in your hands now.
Sleep now.
Take it! I could do without it! Can't move!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'm ready! Resuscitation! Oh, sparkling stars, let's
I
go!
owe you one.
Rain down purify all! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Armor won't save you!
Meteor storm! Now for something special! Resuscitation!
Take this! Sword Rain Alpha! Thunder Fang!
Air thrust!
Sword
There you
Rain
go!
Alpha!
Don't let
Now!
Rhapsody of astral energy!
Say no more.
You're mine! No escape! You're finished! Sword Rain Alpha! It's on!
Seriously? More orbs? These things are starting to tick me off.
Burning strike!
Take this! Thunder!
Dance in the wind!
Severing
Air
Wind!
thrust!
Stay away from my friend! Mirage! Imbue this vanquished soul
Here
with life!
Sorry.
Strike!
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for this.
Adversity is said to be the best motivation.
Elusive deity! Rotating?
Forgive me.
Let's take the loss here.
I'll bring you back from
Leave the chargers to me.
Return to the title screen. That's why I saved before coming in here. Oh, that's where the autosave was? Well, we can't take on the super bosses yet, so that just means we're going to continue with the story.
You finally made it.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Oh, over there. Alright. This is where I need to start.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Mega Ray!
It's
Take
time!
my power of water! More for
Down
the
on the
shock
ground!
pile.
Try harder! My turn!
Burning strike!
You picked the wrong fight!
One more time!
Dance on the
Take
wind!
this!
Spread!
Sword
In
Ray
here!
Alpha!
In the soil.
Far enough!
Awaken
Eternal
and reach.
devastation!
Armor
away.
won't save you!
Azure Storm!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Raging
This
storm!
one's all mine!
Annihilate it! Let's go!
I'm ready!
Whoa.
You're on! Eternal devastation!
First aid!
Thanks, Shion. I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Water!
Now,
Hear my
take
call!
this!
Raging Luna Storm.
Sword Ring,
I'm
I'm ready!
lost!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Now!
The abyssal deep
Annihilate!
sword for us a path.
Mega Ray!
Eternal
Now!
devastation!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Oh, he had one that wasn't even hurt at all.
Enough done!
Lunar
Shattering
correction!
of pieces!
Lunar blast!
Wind!
Tempest.
Mirage!
I'm ready.
Kisara frozen!
Hammer!
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil.
Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
A 6-armed giant. Is this the Zoogle from...
Out of our way! Nothing gets by
My
me!
reach is even wider.
Go get him!
Take
This is gonna need all of us together! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Demon Lash! Aim for their weak
By
spot!
the power of freedom!
Azure Storm!
Mega Ray!
Thunder! You're mine!
I'll heal you all disasters
You're mine!
day one!
Sword Rain Alpha! I owe you one! Azure Storm!
The fluidity of your movement
Severing
is simply
Wing!
incredible.
You're mine! Eat dirt!
Masterful dash! In here!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Get on there with the Freeze Blazer!
Azure Storm!
Thrilling performance.
Here's a healing art! It's showtime!
Mirada! Dragon Swarm! Air pressure!
None shall escape
Now,
my judgment!
while it's reeling!
Take it
I'm
down!
not done!
Far enough!
I'm not done!
Bloody
Sword Rain of his tongue! Crush! Burn! God! Strike!
Cyan in back into the
Mirage!
fray!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
It looks like you got this one covered.
By the power
Thunder!
of Firmament's Render!
Severing Hit!
Here's a healing art!
Here I come!
First
I won't lose. Not now, not ever!
aid! Creation!
Resonate with the earth!
Dance in mortal Mega Ray!
Spirits within the soil! Awaken and
Could use some healing.
Annihilation! Here's a healing art!
Rending you
Up and
apart!
first aid!
Bloody howling!
In here!
This one's all mine!
There we go.
You're mine!
There you go! Start up! Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Freeze Laser! Blah blah blah! Magic!
I owe you one.
Blade! Blah
Take
blah
this.
blah! Lunar
I'm
Blade
not
now!
done!
Now!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
None
Take
shall
this.
escape my
Yeah.
judgment!
Strike!
Creation!
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush!
Immortal
Azure
Power!
Storm!
I'm in your deck, Dohalim.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
Good
job.
Amazing.
It's about to strike!
Swarm! Look sharp, everyone!
No dawn shall
Magic
break this
Hand.
night.
In here! Burning Strike! Let's get you all tucked away!
Rending you a bloody howling!
Spirits within the
Freeze
soil.
Laser!
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Tempest Swirl! Burning the waters of creation! Here's evil! Dance!
Are you done teleporting around now?
Try harder!
Bloody healing circle!
Now I can let loose.
In here! By the power of flame!
Okay, here I go.
They smite with blackened blade!
Wind!
Whoa! Hey!
Mirage!
What is explosion?
Execution!
Where did it go?
Incantation ruined.
This one's all
Rain
mine!
down and purify all!
You picked the wrong fight! I owe you one! No escape!
Mega ray!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Meteor storm!
I'm not done!
Blah blah blah! Magic!
Wind!
In here! Freezing storm!
Mirage!
Get on in there with
Thunder!
Down on the ground.
Thunder Bang!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Thank you for the healing, Doherty.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one's dying on our watch. Annihilation! Blah blah blah! Magic! Burning strike! You get the gist.
You're mine!
Here!
I'm not done! I'm not done!
Mesa! Blah blah blah! Magic! Gusty nail! Too much to handle? Got it!
Don't get it!
Now's our chance!
Sword Rain Alpha! This one's all mine!
Here
Dragon
comes!
Swarm! Not today!
Shine! Radiant light!
Here's
Force
the
of regeneration!
Magic is
Regenerate!
Sword
Don't
Rain
suffer
Alpha!
in silence.
Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Dragon Swarm!
Amazing! Not long to go now.
We couldn't have done it without you, Rena.
Thanks! Come on! Let's you and me get in there and finish this fight.
I'll pick you up! Recover!
This debt shall not be forgotten.
Dance in the wind! Got you! Feel
Here I come! I'm not done!
Annihilation!
Dragon
Can you
This
take it?
one's all mine!
Catapult!
Annihilation!
Try harder!
Penumbra! Rotating pile
Take
driver.
this! Not today!
Steel Force!
Take this!
Captain
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Try harder!
Gemini Hawk! Freeze Lancer! Arch requires complete
Shine!
focus!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness,
I don't even know the
She is
word
strong.
defeat.
She can handle herself.
You can be really dense, Dohalim.
All disasters made one!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if they can't depend on one another?
You're right.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Oh,
Take
Lunar
this!
corruption!
I'm not done!
In here! Let's get you all tucked away!
Breath of life! Heal my wearied
Take
companions!
this! Cure! Wind!
Photon tornado!
Mirage!
Will this help? Dance in the wind! Healing circle! The waters of
Okay,
shall
here I
escape
go.
magic advance!
City of
Sleep now!
darkness!
You're mine! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alphen. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Let me free you of your power! Dispel!
Thank you. Dance in the wind! Go! Air thrust! The waters of creation!
You're mine!
On your knees!
Dragon Swarm!
You get the gist!
Breath of life!
Air thrust!
Heal my
Sword
wounds!
Rain Alpha! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm not done!
Raging storm!
Eternal devastation!
Tempest
Thunder!
I'm ready! Sion! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Well, we beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we can use and take it with us.
Built for the sake of it and then cast aside. How sad.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions
boy.
as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Radiant Flash! Searing Flame! Insects should stay on the ground.
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
We
got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
More?
Everyone, get
All
back!
yours.
It's too dangerous!
I'm not done! Come one, come all! Here I
I'll
come!
heal you all!
On your Eternal Devastation!
Healing circle!
I'm ready!
Xion, Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
I'm not done!
Naturally!
It's over! Crush! Azure Storm! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
Deity! Rotating pile driver!
Thunderfang!
Soaring blast!
You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Crush! Struck!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! It's over!
Your style is beautiful to observe.
He just won't take them down!
No, I'm still in this.
Your astral arts are true.
Now! I'm not done!
Now!
Demons descend!
Flashing Fang!
My turn!
Hear my call!
Take this!
A whirling wave of fear!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Winds of heaven!
Mirage!
Burst forth!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Cyclone!
Come on!
And
Struck!
you get the jet!
It's over!
Tidal wave! You get the jet! Feel!
No escape! You're finished! Crush! Sword Rain Alpha!
Xion, Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Not more!
They
Strike!
blade!
Eternal Devastation! Azure Storm! Eternal Devastation!
Do it!
Limbo!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
No escape! It's over!
Mirage!
Sword Rain Alpha!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
None
Not
shall
more!
escape my
I'm not
judgment!
done! You're finished!
I never miss!
You're mine!
A whirling strike! None
Sword
shall
Rain
escape!
Alpha!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Not more! Strike! Sword Rain Alpha!
Resonate with the earth!
Azure
Now!
Storm!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
None shall
Not
escape
escape.
my judgment! Wind Astral
No
Energy!
escape!
I never miss!
Take this!
Spirits within the
No
soul.
escape!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Blah, blah, blah! Freeze Lancer!
Strike!
You get the jet!
Sword Rain Alpha!
All yours, Kisara!
Terminate Ranger! One more! Magna
I'm
Ray!
not done.
Arrows back into the... Where are you going? This one's mine!
Strike! Eternal Devastation!
I'm ready!
Lost!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Now! You're mine! Strike! Mirage!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
I'm ready!
Not a chance!
Take this!
Sleep now!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging Root!
Feel!
Say! Ha! Blow them away!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Oh boy, some big enemies.
Out of our way!
What in the world?
Dohalim!
I'm all right. I'm still standing.
These ones can run rings around us.
Stay calm. I shall provide another incantation ruined.
It looks like you got this covered.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
The launch is being interrupted.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art.
Here I come!
Heal. Magic
I'm not this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Blah, blah, blah. Lunar corruption. This is
Here I get it! It's all mine! Burn!
The earth throbs in pain.
Take this!
Breaking storm.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial spear.
Azure Storm! Dragon Swarm!
Freeze land. Immortal droplet. Here's a healing art.
Let me
Here I
flame
come!
you of your
Maleficent
I'm not
resonate
done!
with the earth.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Stalagmite.
Azure Storm!
Down on the ground.
Blah, blah, blah. Water.
Can't get out of. Prepare to be
Seal.
seized.
Eternal Devastation!
Do it. Neon. Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
Mercy.
Naturally.
Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha!
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Take this.
You're mine!
The
I'm
waters
not
of
done!
creation. Flame by the power of dancing.
Demon
Dragon Swarm!
Eagle ray.
Sealed.
Azure Storm!
Prepare to be
Escape!
Magic
Not
hand.
today!
blood. Rending you
Sword
apart.
Rain Alpha!
I can
Bloody
do all
howling.
day. Lunar corruption.
Here I come.
The fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
Freelander. Vanish without a trace.
I'm not done! Strike!
Dance in the wind.
Wind.
Air thrust. The waters of
Mirage.
creation.
Resonate with the earth. Let me
Water.
free
You're
you.
mine. Sword Rain Alpha!
A whirling field. Here's the
Sword Rain Alpha!
Freeze land.
Azure Storm! Titan!
Gemini Aqua.
Eternal
Do it.
Devastation!
Kisara. Frozen.
Hammer!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Guess I misread the landing.
I would like to keep the final boss as hard
These
as I
structures
can.
don't look
so
like
I'm
anything
just
built
kinda
by the
trying to
Renans.
skip
Or even
fights
what we-
if I can.
We saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite. Given their situation.
Oh, okay, I have to go this way. I can't
You mean
go
like
further.
how some places favor building stuff with stone while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrect 35 about it sometime. Let's see what you've got.
Here I come!
Glacial
Come and
spear.
face me!
Here's the evil.
Penumbra!
Burning
Tornado drive!
Freeze
Sword Rain
land.
Alpha!
Benediction
Eternal
Taking
Chaos!
us away. By the
Dragon
power
Chaos!
of water. Burning strike.
Eternal
Now for the
Devastation!
best.
Sword Rain
Burning
Alpha!
strike.
You're mine!
Blah, blah, blah.
Dragon
Tidal
Swarm!
wave.
Sword Rain Alpha! It's on! Azure Storm! Dragon
Astral
Swarm!
energy. The waters of
Yours
Do
are
it.
not the skills
Kisara.
that just-
Frozen.
Hammer!
My
Freeze
turn!
light astral energy.
Elusive
Magic
deity!
hand.
Sword Rain
I'm
Alpha!
ready.
Freeze land. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to take down that big guy.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way! The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen. Hi, Hoodle!
You're mine! Struck!
Sword Rain Alpha! Field will be
devastation!
Air thrust! By the power of water! Careful!
Here I
What's
come!
the kind of camouflage?
Sword Rain Alpha!
Shine!
Radiant light!
Force of regeneration! I can handle it!
Regenerate! Azure Storm! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Healing circle!
Another incantation ruined. I'm sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Eternal devastation!
Glacial speed.
Here I
On
come!
the soil.
No more
Awaken
praying
and
night.
wreak havoc!
No escape!
Everlasting
Ignite!
One more. Tempest.
You're mine!
Negative gate!
Annihilation. Magna ray.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Crazy form. Oh, violent
Eternal
darkness.
devastation!
Rotating
Thunder! Struck!
The tempest
Feel.
engulfs you.
Thunderfang!
Get on in there.
Sword Rain Alpha!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Raging storm. More where that came from.
Everlasting dark. The fluidity of your movements is simply
Sword
incredible.
Rain Alpha! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Feel.
Drive you into
Let's
death!
get you all touched.
Here I come!
By the power of flame.
Thunder!
Finish without a trace.
I've been hit with something!
So even a masochist has his limits.
Not feeling so great. Not today!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
Severing
What are
wind!
friends for if we can't end it?
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Well, looky here.
Well, time to start guzzling down some apple gels.
Discourteous, aren't you?
You're mine! I'll take you all on!
By the power of
Eternal devastation!
Gemini Aqua.
Thunderfang!
Abyssal deep! Clear for
Thunder!
More bomb stockpile.
You're mine!
Down on the cow!
Cyan instant.
Tornado drive!
Severing wind!
Sleep now.
Mirage!
Pierce. Blah, 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 blah. Magic.
They
By the
smite
power
with
of
black and
flame. Vanish without
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming pillar! Fire!
May a
Not a
thousand
chance.
gales carry you to
No
shreds.
escape!
Do it, Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
a flawless victory.
Struck!
Naturally.
Struck!
Lunar corruption.
You're mine!
Does it hurt?
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Oh boy. Perfect one this way. I should we go.
Right, here goes! Here I come!
Hear my
Down on the
call!
ground! Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear! All disasters made one!
Eagle Ray!
Come forth!
Sword it!
Helix of
Time to
Fury!
cross blade! Here I come!
Hear my call!
Dragon Swarm!
Spread! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Eat them!
Lightning blast!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Tornado Drive!
Win!
Can you take it? I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Try harder! Now! You're mine!
Alright!
I'm not done! Win!
Astral energy!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Far enough!
This one's all mine!
Outstanding form!
Dragon Swarm!
Severing
Wing!
The
Mirage!
wild creation!
Azure Storm! On the way! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! Ha!
There! One
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation! Mirage!
Benediction light.
Dragon Swarm!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Burn in hell!
You get the gist.
Dance on the wind!
I can handle it.
Screw escape!
Bathed in blood.
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak
There you
havoc!
go! Don't let up! I'm going to
Dragon
use
Swarm!
all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Dragon Swarm!
Arrow Squall!
Win!
Show you what my
This isn't
arts
looking
can
good.
do. Rise and shine!
Take this!
Thousand Gales, tear you to shreds!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Now!
Frozen.
Hammer! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Gotta break through!
Freezing
Ignite!
is surrounding us! The waters
from
will
the
lead!
dust.
Leave the charges to me!
Dragon Swarm!
Now you see what I can do!
Struck! Dragon Swarm! Severing Wing!
A thrilling performance.
Eternal Devastation! Raging Lunar Storm! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
I'm going to need to use all the
I'm not
power of my
done.
healing
I thought you were going to wreck the place. I'm not nearly finished yet. Then I'll provide assistance how...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Oh, I want the... Couldn't collect it
I
unless
shall
I beat
ensure
him.
you survive this.
Anything in armor
In a bind?
Freezing storm! That'll bring you down! Immortal Droplet!
I'm not done!
Flame of Fury! Title winner! These things really get on my nerves! Here's evil! Catapult! Freeze Lancer!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Here I come! I'm not done! Take this! Win! Air pressure!
None of
Mirage!
this escape my judgment! Let me show you what my art can do!
Not today! You're mine!
Flame of Fury!
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Mirage!
There with the others! Water!
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire! My turn!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Spirits within the soil. Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Impressive fervor, little one.
Ridwell, astral energy, full throttle.
A flawless victory!
Naturally.
Mirage!
Glacial Spear!
Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth.
Raging Storm! Freeze Lancer!
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation! I'm not done! I'm not done! Air pressure! Sword Rain Alpha!
Rending you
Now!
apart.
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My fists are crushing it out there!
All right.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Okay, you still have the best stuff equipped.
Coming through!
Eat dirt!
All disasters
Can't
may
get out
one.
of this!
Come forth, the helix of purity!
Can you take it? You're mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Does it hurt?
Eternal devastation!
Two heads? That's not even fair!
Dragon Form!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Now we're not...
Mirage without a
Armor won't save you!
Far enough!
Crush!
Penumbra!
Hitting It's over!
Seal!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Here! More resistance pile!
Raging Luna Stone!
Here I come!
Tempest!
Spirits
Go!
within the
Banana!
soil.
Let's go!
Awaken and
Here I
wreak
come.
havoc!
Steel!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Annihilation!
Dragon Form!
Angry
Wind
Photon
Pop!
Splat!
Mirage!
Bloody
Sword Rain Alpha!
Strike!
No escape! Not today! Shattering
Floor!
to pieces! Attack time!
Resonate with the earth!
Take
By
this!
the power of
No
flood!
escape!
Vanish without a
Spirits
trace!
within the
Sword
soil.
Rain Alpha!
Awaken and wreak havoc! Snake could be a
Following
thistle
Azara's
tip.
Here I come.
light! Rain down and pure
I'm not done!
Sealed!
Strike!
Resonate
More
with the earth!
Right here!
Me.
Wind astrolaria!
Too much!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Denied!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
A whirling circle.
You picked the
I
wrong
don't even
fight!
know the word defeat.
On your knees!
Take this!
In here!
Strike!
This'll come in handy!
Crush!
Aqueous
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain
It's
Alpha!
showtime! Rubber snake! Glacial spear! Pierce the evil! Freeze lancer!
Here I come!
In here! Flame of fury! This
You're
is
finished!
Glacial
Try
spear!
harder!
Pierce the
Not
evil!
yet!
Blah blah blah! Sleep
I'm not
now!
done!
Freeze lancer! Get on in there with the
Eternal
others!
devastation! Shattering
Black
to
storm!
pieces! Attack time!
Burning strike! Ice tornado!
Spirits within the soil.
I'm not done!
Radiant
Dragon
flame!
Form!
Blah blah blah! Freeze lancer! It's working!
Ah! You're mine!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky.
Going through a whole my apple gels here.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
Brace yourselves! This one's
Where
tough!
are you going?
You're mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Mine!
Here I come!
Bloody howling!
Strike!
By the power of
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Eternal devastation!
Magic is out!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you truly.
Negative gate!
Magic is in!
I'm not
here!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Rending you apart!
Take this!
One more
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial Spear!
Severing Wind!
This
one keeps charging up!
That's what my shield's for!
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Here's a healing art!
You're mine! Eat dirt!
Light after
You're mine!
Magic!
No escape!
In here!
Dragon
Here's
Swarm!
my call!
Amazing.
Mirage!
Here's the Happy Swirl! Here's the healing that came from!
Sword Rain Alpha! Thunder!
Raging Cascade!
Struck! Thunder Fang!
Here's the Field! Freeze Lancer! I'll be saving this one!
No escape!
None shall escape my judgment!
Let's try harder!
I'm rain down and purify all! Ray!
Resonate with the
Dragon
earth!
Swarm!
Here's the evil!
Severing Wind! Mirage!
Freeze Lancer!
It's time! Magic Sword! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Shine! Radiant light!
Here I
Force
come!
of regeneration!
Struck!
Shadow incantation ruin!
Take this!
Reflect on thy sin!
No, it's
They
not
smite
fair.
with blackened blade!
Ah! Burn!
Bestow thy righteous mercy!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
Dragon Swarm!
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
I've been doing really great lately.
Oh, open the chest.
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Out of our way!
Here I come!
Firmament
Come and
Ranger!
face me! Take this!
Arrow Squall!
No escape!
Firmament Ranger! I can handle it!
Not a chance!
Glacial Spear!
It can hide itself? Amazing!
They smite with blackened blade!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I owe you one!
The waters have
Mirage!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Mirage! Sword Rain Alpha! I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire! You're mine! Burn!
Demon Leg!
Take this! Thank you! Try harder! Not a chance!
There you go! Don't let up!
Everlasting stuff!
Wind Astral Energy!
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha!
Magic Advance! Far enough!
Heal!
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on out.
Take this! I'm not done!
The blah blah blah!
Eternal
No
devastation!
dawn shall break this night!
Outstanding form!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
Light Astral Magic Advance! Arts require complete focus!
My reach is even wider!
Charge like
Hold
that
nothing
could easily
back!
be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Down on the ground! Soaring blast!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
I need
Azure
something.
Storm!
You need to be healed.
Now the mighty have fallen.
Mirage!
Fairy circle!
Sword
Is that a shield?
coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll fix you up!
I'm in your
No
debt.
escape!
Wind
On
Astral!
your knees!
Ready to field! Darting wind! Magic
Mirage!
Advance!
Sword Rain Alpha!
You get the
I could do without this
Air
pain.
thrust!
Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Alright, let's drop save here.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Photon blast!
Here I come!
Magic Kazam!
I'm not done!
Enhancement!
Severing wind!
Merciful Stab!
Hurrah!
Lunar corruption! Blah blah blah! Gemini Alpha! Radiant One! Here!
Air pressure!
Here's a healing arc! Firmament
Okay,
Red!
here I go. Its head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
You're mine!
By the power of water! Back into the fray!
Shine!
Hold nothing
Radiant
back!
Right. Force of regeneration!
Far enough!
You're mine!
Freezing storm! Raging storm!
Thank you for the healing, Dolan.
Our comrades
This is
need our
looking
abilities
good.
to survive.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Catapult!
Dance in the wind!
Ha! Burn!
Air thrust!
Penumbra!
The water!
Here I come!
Healing circle! Magic Kazam!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Need to pull myself
I'll be
together.
saving this one.
By the
No
power
You're
of
mine!
water! Hey, great
Sword Rain Alpha!
By the
It's
power
time
of
of
water!
devastation!
Outstanding storm! Magic
Now you see what I can do!
Ha!
Explosion! Free
Elusive deity!
Strut! No escape!
Rise and shine!
Soaring blast!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Take
Here's a
this!
healing arc. First
Mirage!
aid!
It's on!
Wind
Sword Rain
energy!
Alpha! Ignite!
Down on the ground!
Lunar blast!
Silent
Blah,
Rock!
blah,
Let me show you what my art
Strike!
can do.
Rising storm!
Elusive deity! Pieces! I need help!
Run, you get it. There you go! Don't let up!
Catapult!
I'm
ready.
Rimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Benediction
Take
light.
this!
A freezing storm!
No escape!
A whirling
Here I
tornado!
come! No escape!
Winds of heaven!
The abyssal
Sword Rain
deity
Alpha!
from the
Try
past.
this!
Field! Here's a healing arc!
Blending blast!
First aid! In here!
Here I come!
Instant!
I'm not done!
Down on the ground!
Field by the
Chronic
power of
spear!
water! Here, let me help! Sleep now! First aid!
Here I come!
I'm not done!
Reflect on
Sword Rain Alpha!
They're not hanging around.
Black and blade!
You get
Take
this.
this!
Recover!
The flame inside me, fury should be let free!
On your
Searing
knees.
a whirling reload!
Take this!
Searing
Strike!
flame! Reload! Cyclone!
Stalagmite.
By the power of water!
You're mine!
Sweet now! Let's
You're
get you all
finished!
tucked away! Searing
Down on the
flame!
ground.
You're mine!
I'm out of ammo!
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush!
Annihilation!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Thunder!
You get the gist!
Fairy serpent.
You get the gist!
Demon
Dragon Swarm!
Eagle ray.
Eternal Devastation!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Storm!
Demon blaster.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Eagle ray.
You're mine!
Fury!
No escape! It's on! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Dragon Swarm! Not today! You're mine! Catapult! Sword Rain Alpha! Razor Fang!
You get the gist!
You're finished!
Air thrust!
Elusive deity.
It's too much!
Soaring cloud.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm going to
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
now accomplish this.
Down
Get
on
on
the
in there
ground.
with the others. Resurrection! Tempest Whirl! A banana! Let's go!
Okay, here I go!
Everlasting
Ice
darkness.
Prison! Glacial
Negative
Spear!
Rain
Here's
Alpha!
the evil!
Eternal Devastation!
The arts of being interrupted.
No escape! The flame
Watch yourself.
inside me yearns
I
to
sense
be let
incredible
free!
power.
Eternal
Wind
Devastation!
astral energy! Blah, 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 magic!
Raging
Dragon
lunar
Swarm.
storm.
Blah, blah,
Thunder
blah!
Fang!
In here!
Thunder!
Let's get you all
Strike!
tucked away!
Burn in hell!
Down on the ground.
Hydration orb!
Take this!
Outrun you in the dust.
Showtime! Burning!
Captivity.
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Here I come!
Breeze Lancer! Whirling Struggle!
You're
Bestow thy
finished!
mystic
I can do
mercy.
without this pain!
No further.
You'll pay for that!
Out of the woods, it seems.
Take this!
Regenerate. Let us take to the
Take
fray.
this!
Magic advance!
You're
Let us
mine!
take to the
That
fray.
move.
Sword Rain! Here comes the big one!
Tempest.
None shall escape my
Outrun you in the dust.
Strike!
Elusive
Big one!
deity.
All mine!
Magic advance!
Ignite!
Rotating fire driver.
You get the gist!
Elusive deity.
Sword Rain Alpha!
No further.
This will come in handy! I'll bring you back from death. Burning strike! One more time! Air thrust! Water! You get the gist!
Let me free you of your power.
Here's the evil!
No escape!
Do you require a hand?
Blah, blah, blah! Cross blade!
Another incantation ruined.
Here I go!
Your
This!
Tear you to shreds!
Air pressure!
Stalagmite.
You're mine!
1,000
Rending
gallons!
you
Tear you to
apart.
shreds!
It's
Arturo
too late!
Shield! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Man, that was a rough one.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say. So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Alright, time for a short ad break. Alright, let's get back to it. I think I want to stock up on some items.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Yes, we did have to spend that much.
We've reached our destination. Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yes!
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for...
Mm-hmm. Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hmm? Got it. Very well.
This is the Vicent training ground.
Hey! Isn't that a Hellganquil?
Is it some sort of prototype?
Whatever it is, it's a real tough customer.
Raging Lunar Storm!
Mirage!
Hey, Gryffindor!
No dawn shall break this night.
Here goes! Strike!
What?
Get on it there! Freeze laser!
Burn in hell!
Heal!
More where that came from!
Denied! I'll smash you!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! I'll be saving this!
Shine! Here I come! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Now I can let loose!
None shall escape tidal wave! Blah, blah, blah!
Scream fades and the enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Bloody sword rain alpha on your
Thanks, Sheila. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Not today!
Blah, blah, blah!
taking you apart!
So blah, blah, blah!
Bloody
Our experts coming through!
Sword rain alpha!
Now you see what I can do!
Burning strike!
The fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
Dance in
Elusive deity!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Ready to go! The waters of creation! Spread! Dance in mortal drop!
You're mine!
Laser!
Sword rain alpha!
Crescent flash!
Field! Will this help?
Take this!
Let's
Make
get you
the
all tucked
abyssal
away.
deep clear for us a
Healing
path!
circle! Hey, Gryffindor!
Now this one's all
Here's where
mine!
that came from! Thanks so much! All disasters!
Sword rain alpha!
Seismic rupture!
Is this it?
Engulfs you! Rending you
Arch
apart!
field!
Amazing! Bloody howling!
Not done yet!
Light after the waters of creation!
I'll grind you into
Dance
dust!
in mortal droplet!
Struck!
Tidal wave!
Elusive
Blah,
deity!
blah, blah!
It's
That's
time
right,
to
Laser.
win.
Hear my call! You get the gist!
Begin!
You're finished!
What?
The flame inside me
Burning
yearns to be
Force
let
of
free!
regeneration!
Take this!
Regenerate!
Hear my
Sword
call!
rain
He who
alpha!
prepares is free from
Tidal
regret.
dot!
Win!
He who prepares is free.
Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic fission!
Let me show you what my
Elusive
art
deity!
can do!
Rotating
Wind astral
power!
energy! Not on my watch!
Elusive deity!
By the Here goes! Flames! A banana!
You're mine!
Magic is am!
Catapult!
You get the gist!
Struck!
Tidal wave! You
Sword
get the
rain
gist!
alpha!
Air drag!
Sanguine blossom! Bestow thy
Do it!
mercy!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade!
Benediction Take this! I'm not done!
Heal!
Sword rain alpha! Crush!
Gemini Aqua!
Azure
May a thousand
Storm!
gales carry to tread!
Begin!
Can't end here!
I couldn't make it in time.
Raging cascade! Explosion! The
From
waters
beyond,
of creation!
imbue this
Magic
vanquished
is am!
soul with
Tidal
your
wave! Blah, blah, blah! Rise and shine!
Not
Both
done
on
yet!
flat!
I'll smash you!
Resurrection!
This
Not in
one's
your
all
dreams!
mine!
Lunar corruption!
What?
One Gemini Aqua! Magic
Shine!
is am!
Radiant
Here's
light!
light!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Cyan Infected!
He who
Magic
prepares
is
is free
am!
from regret.
Too much to
I'll
handle!
grind you into dust!
Struck! Azure Storm!
First aid! Arrow
Penumbra! Rotating pile
Take
driver!
this!
No further!
No escape!
Lunar
Shine!
corruption!
Radiant light!
Storm!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
No escape!
Dance in the wind!
Crush!
Allow me to help
The
you.
waters of creation! Blah, blah,
Now you
blah!
see what I can do!
Struck!
Sanguine
Where are you
blossom!
going? Here goes!
Everlasting
Sweet
dawn!
water! Hear my call!
Sword rain alpha! Try this!
On your
Glacial
knees!
spear! Pierce Eve! Outstanding form!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Magic is there!
Bloody howling!
Resuscitation! Blah, blah,
Negative
blah.
gate!
Air
Take
drop.
this!
Lunar corruption! So
don't mind if I do.
Take that!
Firmament render.
Bloody holiday!
Arrow swarm.
You're mine!
Freezing storm.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I turn the waters of creation.
Azure
Feel
Storm!
my rage. Let the mark
Can't
come
end here!
Sealed. I'm
Get
out
on
of
in
ammo.
there with the others.
Denied.
I can carve through armor!
Can you take it?
Banana, let's go.
Shine!
I'm all
Ready
ready.
and we've got him on the run!
Don't get caught.
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Sealed.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul. From
Arc
beyond,
sealed.
imbue this vanquished soul with
Hey,
love.
blah, 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 magic.
I
Tidal
can't
wave.
lose.
Blah, blah, blah.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Don't leave me.
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Raging storm.
Ready and ready!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Photon. Magic and air thrust.
Nothing gets by me.
Astral energy. Water. Hear my call. Confiscated.
This one's all mine!
Spread. Firmament render.
Crush! Ignite!
Arrow flow. Glacial
Sword
spear.
Rain Alpha!
Pierce evil. It looks like you got this one covered.
You're mine! Strike!
Where are you going?
I'm not done! Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal Devastation! It's go time!
Reload.
Azure! Now you see what I can do!
There you go. Don't let up. Spread.
Glacial spear.
Pierce evil.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Magic
Good
and
route!
astral energy.
Say no more.
How about it?
Yeah. Huh?
Hey!
Mm-hmm.
Watch it.
Oh, what?
Seriously? Seriously?
Hey, Alphin. What do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you... dummy?
Look at that, we're all level 70 now.
Yes! Yes! Very...
Seriously, what do they take us for?
Research subjects, just like everything else.
I think I know.
You finally made it. Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphin. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shiana.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome. That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Hey, let's see what boss this one is. Gonna have to come back and fight that one. That's gonna be annoying.
That thing looks pretty menacing.
Nothing we can't handle.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, as much as I want to keep going, I've got to get going. I had fun. I hope you guys did too. We'll definitely be finishing the game next time. But I think that we should raid into somebody. I don't think I've ever raided this person. Let's raid into Crayon Candy. She's a friend of Ryoshi's. She's fun. It looks like they're about to play some Overwatch. Thank you everybody for coming out. It was a lot of fun. And I'll see you next time when I stream this game. Have a good night.